What's happening? It is Monday, February 10th, 2025. Tanner, Drew, and Laura, we are live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Man, it's icy this morning. I was slipping a little bit on the way in. It's those black patches of ice.
Oh, man, I didn't even realize until I got to the off-ramp.
Yeah.
Like right where, your way and my way meet up. And it was... like my car just started sliding and I had to do like a maneuver.
Yeah, right.
It's not good out there.
Like a stunt driver.
Yeah, I'm just lucky to stay out of the wall.
Be safe on your way into work this morning. Keep that in mind that the roads look fine, but they're a little slick.
Yeah, they are. They're dicey.
What about you, Laura? In your Jeep, are you coming in this morning?
No, man.
Nah, bro.
I was smooth. It was when I came outside, though. I was like, oh, it rained a little bit. I see some water droplets on my windshield and then realized they were all iced over.
Yeah, so it was frozen.
I had to bust out the ice scraper this morning.
So I'm looking at the weather forecast for Friday because, of course, we've got bacon and beer. Yep. Love Stinks 2, Electric Boogaloo going down in Wilsonville. Mm-hmm. The first time we're ever taking over Wilsonville. And the weather, I saw it the other day and I saw a snowflake for Friday, but that doesn't really concern me. And now I see no snowflake.
So it is the only thing that concerns me.
Oh, I do see a snowflake.
Is Thursday night into Friday morning. Looks like a little snow, but there's not a lot of weight behind it.
I saw a thunderstorm emoji on one of them, and I was like, what is this weather?
Well, the idea is that Thursday's the snowy-ish chances into Friday morning, but then it's going to rain in the afternoon.
Well, I'm not worried. We did a bacon and beer on a Tuesday once, and it also iced over that same day, and people still showed up to get crazy. So Friday morning, this Friday, it's finally going down. In Wilsonville at McMiniman's Old Church and Pub. And, of course, we've got a bunch of stuff to give away, concert tickets, a trip to Vegas to see David Blaine, and, of course, the first ever mass wedding.
Ah, yeah.
Or, sorry, mass divorce.
Yes.
We did the mass wedding last year.
Yeah, that's old news.
Yeah. But if you want to see that news, because we did get some news.
Yeah, we did.
We've got that on our Instagram, so follow us at 1059 The Brew. But we will see you this Friday. In the meantime,
let's get it on. And now, the big story.
This is where we go around the room sharing what we think the biggest stories of the day are. Who wants to go first?
I could go. If you guys have seen the Starlink stuff in the sky, we've heard a ton about it.
Yeah.
It's on and on and on. Well, maybe it's going to do you some good, but it might just cost you. T-Mobile is now offering Starlink connectivity. With their highest level plan, the Geo 5G plan. You can now link up with Starlink. It'll be free for those customers. Also, $15 a month for all other T-Mobile customers, and it looks like eventually AT&T and Verizon will be able to do it for an extra $20 a month. But my question remains, what for? Like, is it gonna just be faster internet, or does it mean that if I'm camping, then I could have the internet?
Yeah, like that's what I would think anyway.
That would be
is
cool. When
you are in places where you don't have cell service. Now that won't be an issue because you'll be able to connect to Starlink. I don't know though.
Wouldn't it be the beginning of the end of the satellite tower in general? Eventually, just bumping them all out of the way. So we'll keep you posted. But for now, the big story is the Link is now helping you with your cell phone.
Nice. I think the big story is that, of course, this year, Saturday Night Live is celebrating its 50th anniversary. And in celebration, they will air its first ever episode from October 11th, 1975. That is actually happening this Saturday, February 15th. The inaugural episode of Saturday Night Live, at the time it was just called Saturday Night. It was hosted by George Carlin and featured musical guests Billy Preston and Janice Ian.
Wow.
So if you want to check that out, the first ever episode of SNL will be airing this Saturday night.
Wow.
Nice.
I actually
I
wanna see
want to
that.
see it too.
I think the big story is researchers at Marion University in Indiana ranked 100 cities in the U.S. where people are most likely to get sick. And the cities were ranked based off factors that cause winter illnesses, including temperature, air quality, and population. The city in the U.S. that you're least likely to get sick is Wilmington, North Carolina.
Huh.
Okay.
Wilmington.
Little patch of heaven.
Never been to Wilmington, but the city where you're most likely to get sick, a little closer to us, Bakersfield, California, which
That's
has
interesting.
low flu vaccinations.
Oh, low flu vaccinations. Interesting. I was just thinking that it was a dusty wasteland up there, and that's why.
There's
but,
that.
That's part of it.
Yeah.
I've only driven through Bakersfield, couldn't get out of there fast enough. I mean, it was just like Laura said, just a wasteland. I just remember factories and
Yeah, I think
plant,
there's like a lot
power
of,
plants.
Yeah.
You're lucky you didn't stop. You would have likely got a cold, apparently.
Yeah, probably. Would have caught the flu.
More on those stories at 1059thebrew.com. While you're there, enter this hour's keyword, and you could score $1,000 from the Cash Squatch. Be a pretty dope way to kick off the weekend, especially if you lost a little yesterday watching the big game.
Womp womp.
You're looking at him.
The keyword is green. Go to the website, 1059thebrew.com. As soon as you get there, a box will pop up. Type in the keyword green, and then keep an eye on your cell phone because we could call you back in minutes with $1,000. All right, Michelle won herself $1,000 from the Cash Squatch.
Oh my God, you have no idea how long I've been trying this $1,000 contest. I never thought it was going to happen.
Yeah, so if you haven't won yet, don't give up. A lot of people have been trying and trying. They haven't won yet. Some people win right away, and it makes me crazy how lucky those people are, but whatever. You know, don't give up because this could be your shot at $1,000 right now. The keyword this hour for your shot is green. So log on 1059thebrew.com. It'll take you less than 30 seconds. You can do this from your cell phone or your desktop. Enter the keyword green, and you could score $1,000. Drew's got sports coming up next. What do you have?
Super Bowl is in the books. We'll tell you the runoff of the big night.
That's coming up after Faith No More at 6:23.
1, 2, 3.
And now, Bruce Sports. Here's Drew.
Wow, what a Super Bowl. The first half of that game was just violent for the Eagles, but just absolutely weak sauce out of the Chiefs. Like, they had nothing. Every single time Mahomes dropped back, he was sacked. It felt like he was sacked 150 times. Just in the first half.
I just felt like they couldn't find their groove till later, and it was just too late.
There was no groove. I really wanted a shutout.
I was saying, like, this point, don't even let him have any points.
Yeah. But Tanner's right. They did start to string something together. When you look at the final score, 40-22 doesn't even tell the story. Like, that's a blowout, but I feel like it was twice the blowout as it even looked at the end as they scored in 0 time. So I love the Super Bowl for the food. I don't know if we're going to get into it later. The halftime, to me, I don't know if it was that the game was going so lame that
it's just super boring. It was just all
so
kind of boring.
Yeah.
That's where I was at.
I was throwing them back last night because of it. I was like, man, this is boring.
Yeah.
If the games were, if it's a tighter game, right, like, it's more exciting. But when it's just a blowout like that, on top of the commercials being kind of boring, top of the Super Bowl's halftime show being kind of boring, the whole thing just felt like a snoozer.
I do think, though, the only thing that, for me at least, and everyone I was watching the game with, we got a lot of enjoyment out of the fact that the Chiefs were playing so poorly. So that's what made it fun.
Yeah, like when they cut to Patrick Mahomes kind of crying, I was like, I don't feel bad for you.
No.
I
don't feel bad.
And every time they showed Travis Kelce, he looked like he was about to burst into tears. I was like,
and even he looked...
I don't know why I'm laughing at that, but I find it hilarious.
He looked old last night, too. Like, at one point he was getting up off the ground, and I was like, oh my God, that's like watching your dad get off the ground.
Someone at the party I was watching the game at, they were like, I think Travis Kelce has aged 10 years.
Do you think he's going to retire
this game
soon?
Started?
He talked like there was another year in his tank. Maybe this'll motivate him to
go another round,
to go one more time. But he didn't announce anything after the game. In an hour, though, we will talk about who the favorites are to win the Super Bowl next year, and we'll hear from Saquon Barkley. And also, don't forget, tonight there's a Blazer game on the road against Denver. We'll get to all that in an hour. There's your sports.
At one point, they cut to Taylor Swift in her suite, her $2 million suite. And they go, there's Taylor Swift, not having a lot to cheer for tonight.
Yeah.
Just rubbing it in just a little bit.
The commentators, they really...
Dude, Tom Brady couldn't stop talking about himself and his history.
I know. Well, that's...
Holy crap.
That's Tom Brady, though.
You know what was a big topic of conversation also was, did you see that they changed how they show the score and the graphics?
Yes.
The stupidest thing. Like, it looked like we were on Nickelodeon.
Really?
It was like giant block letters taking up a third of the field. Like, what are we doing?
I kind of liked it, honestly. It was
well, let's see the game.
Yeah,
it wasn't just me. It was the whole party was like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people on the internet be like, what was that? But I liked it. I don't know. I like the simplicity of it. There's usually a lot going on down there. So I was kind of like, okay, I like this kind of straightforward.
Like the score and the time? That's normally what's
but usually there's like the play clock and the this clock and the that.
There's like that.
Well, I guess.
We'll discuss more. What did you think of the game yesterday? What did you think of the halftime show? Shoot us a text message on our it's a new sponsor, you guys, the McLaughlin Chevrolet text line.
That's right.
Boom.
It's a little bit of a mouthful.
Yeah,
we're gonna get used to it. Yeah, McLaughlin Chevrolet text line 98197 is the number. You can also hit us through the iHeartRadio app. Just send us a talkback message today. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You're listening to Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Check out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam online at 1059thebrew.com.
All right, the Super Bowl 59's in the books. The Eagles got themselves a win, got themselves some revenge after 2 years ago.
Yeah, they did.
And it was a spanking yesterday. Drew also you got spanked a little bit gambling, but you also did win a little bit as well because he's got all sorts of things going on, Laura. He's got all sorts of
bets.
Well, we did the squares, the Super Bowl squares that you see at parties where there's no rhyme or reason. You put your money in, you sign blank spots, and then based on the score, you might make some money. I did win the halftime pot, so that was
nice.
That was a little bit of the cash back. But outside of that, I didn't bet a bunch of random things. I just mistakenly put a bunch of money on the Chiefs, and
but I don't think anyone would fault you for that.
Because normally, though, I would be like, all right, I got this guy to score a touchdown. I got this guy to get some rushing yards. But thank God I didn't do any of that, too, because the Chiefs couldn't put anybody in the end zone for over a half.
They just couldn't get started yesterday.
At one point, the Chiefs had 14 yards total, and it was I don't know. I don't think it was halftime yet, but I was like, wow, 14 yards.
It was
way to really overachieve, you guys.
Dismal at best.
Well, sports betting dominated the Super Bowl yesterday. As a matter of fact, they say that about 75% of wagers going to bets were illegal. 75% of them were illegal.
Okay, well,
$6.4 billion in illegal Super Bowl wages.
Well, I mean, there are so many bookies and those types of things out there. I don't have one. I just have the app.
Yeah.
Right.
Which there's pros and cons to that. You can get sometimes better odds on your money with a private bookie. Well, it's illegal. It's a lot of the risk is on the bookie, not the client.
Yeah.
So that's why it's easier for people to get on board.
Yeah, man, that's a lot of money. That's crazy too. They've got to start looking at that when they see that 75% of the wages gambled or whatever, the money bet, it was illegal. They've got to start looking at that, going, we got to figure out a way to legalize it so we can get at least a piece of that.
Yeah,
$6.4 billion.
How are they able to track all that if it's all supposed to be under the table?
Well, because you look at even our state, I know a bunch of guys that even though you can gamble legally, choose not to, because you also have to pay taxes on any wins over $600.
That's true.
It's more fun when you have the risk of someone breaking your ankles.
Yeah,
It's a little more exciting.
That is the scary part, but also the tax man doesn't get called if you win big with a bookie. They do for sure when it's DraftKings.
That's a good point.
Well, there you go. Maybe they'll look into that. I know that we're starting to loosen up here in Oregon and Washington with these things, right? So it's a matter of time before they start relaxing everywhere. I know that there's talk about moving the Super Bowl to Vegas every year just so they can gamble.
Oh, that would be boring. But I mean, I also kind of get it.
They just need to open up the gambling across the country. If people want to gamble their money, what's the big deal?
Right.
They are allowed to play the stock market. That's gambling.
Yeah, that's true.
So yesterday's Super Bowl was, I thought, pretty boring. I thought the Super Bowl's halftime show was pretty boring.
Terrible.
I mean, Kendrick Lamar's got one good song, and I only like the part where he goes, wop, 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 yeah, beat him up, or whatever he says.
Yeah.
He definitely
That's the only part that I like.
did that. I will say, if you weren't a Kendrick Lamar fan, I'm glad. I felt that there have been more boring halftime shows. I would take Kendrick Lamar over that Maroon 5 snooze fest any day of the week. Just because there's
sugar? How dare you?
There's more to look at. I don't know. But I can see how that was pretty polarizing if you're not a fan of Kendrick Lamar or hip hop.
Yeah, 96.4, and I love hip hop, but just not that. 96.14 said Kendrick was okay, but not for the Super Bowl. What a waste of money. Well, it was free, right?
Yeah, they don't get paid for it. So.
But it was boring, and everyone at the party I was at, granted they're around my age, but they're like, are we old or is this boring? And I'm like, well, I don't care what age I am. I want some entertainment.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like it was there.
But yes, Kendrick finally did do Not Like Us. I guess it was his last song.
40 acres in the mule. This is bigger than the music.
Was he lip syncing? I couldn't tell.
I couldn't either.
Don't know.
But it was kind of crazy, though, because they did the part, him and Drake are beefing pretty hard. And he did that part where he called out Drake specifically. Hey, Drake, I hear you like him young. And I was like,
Yeah,
oh, damn.
I know.
And then everyone in the stadium I heard go, A minor.
Of course. Yeah. Everyone was waiting for that.
Yeah. And
And then I also thought it was pretty savage that he brought Drake's ex, Serena Williams, out to do a little crip walk dance.
Oh, damn.
In the middle of it.
Is that who that was? I didn't realize who that was. Instead, I saw a meme. It was Drake looking at the Super Bowl or watching the Super Bowl, and it was him just staring at his phone, all sour faced.
Whatever. Drake didn't even watch.
Oh, I bet he
you
was.
better believe he did not even have that halftime show.
I'm gonna do my own party. I'm gonna do my own thing.
Yeah, he was like, switch it out, turn it off. I mean, we're gonna get some food.
I'd be like, no, Drake. I kind of want to see what's
I
up.
wanted to see what halftime's got.
Any commercials stand out to you guys?
I finally saw the seal.
I thought the seal was funny. There were a couple of commercials though that grossed me out, like the tongue.
The tongue was
commercial.
gross.
I was like, why? First of all, nobody eats Ready Whip that way. Why are we doing this? Second of all, the fleshy cowboy head
Yeah, it was weird too.
thing. I was like, what is this? Like, ugh. So yeah, I mean,
You know what I can't stand about commercials is that the actors, especially the famous ones, are so clearly like superimposed into the shot. They're getting paid gajillions of dollars for these commercials, and they can't bother to show up on set.
Yeah.
They have to, like, they're so obviously like in a blue screen. That one where it was the Matthew McConaughey in an airport. That wasn't even an airport. I'm pretty sure that was all AI. Like he was never even on set, and it bothers the crap out of me.
Yeah. Just come on down and do it like a real scene.
You're getting
right,
paid so much money. You can't just
$8 million commercial. Let's go.
right,
Yeah.
and that's just $8 million to get it on the air. That's not including how much it costs to produce the things,
Yeah.
which is probably why they like throw them in a blue screen room. But
Yeah.
it just makes me nuts. Like I don't know, maybe that's something dumb, but it bothers me when I feel like if you're getting paid so much money and you're barely putting
Yeah,
anything
just
into
show
it.
up.
Yeah, because I feel like a Super Bowl commercial is different than just some rando commercial you get paid off for. I mean,
Right.
put in some effort.
But we need to. It's time for some rock bands to get into the halftime show. It's been like 10 years of hip hop. I'm sick of it.
I know.
I love hip hop, but it's Metallica needs to be in there. The Foo Fighters need to be in there.
I do think that, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but now that Jay-Z is in charge of the halftime show, I feel like it's going to be more of the same.
Well,
like,
him and
every
Linkin Park
year.
then. Remember they did a thing together. Let's get Linkin
Yeah.
Park out
Oh
there.
yeah, let's get Linkin Park and their new lead singer, who everyone seems to really love.
The sarcasm.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Foo Fighters. Maybe is Green Day too much?
Green Day
No.
would.
Yeah, they'll probably say something mean though and nasty.
Yeah.
I hate America! Whoa, Billy,
Yeah,
stop!
calm down. You said you weren't going to say.
He's like, sorry, I got hyped up.
Yeah, he would say something probably
Yeah, but like
sour them.
Metallica would be dope.
Yeah.
Like, why have we not done that? Or I
Metallica
don't
would
know.
be so awesome.
Yeah.
Maybe they're above that.
98197 is our text line. This hour's keyword, you've got a few more minutes left to get it in if you want to score $1,000 from the Cash Squatch. The keyword is green. 1059thebrew.com is the website. As soon as you get there, a box will pop up. Type in the keyword green to score $1,000.
Now, what's trending?
All right, this video went viral. You may have seen it online, but it happened down in Medford, on the news in Medford, Oregon. I guess there was a kid giving an interview to a local reporter, and he just drops a crispy F-bomb right in the middle of his little story.
Well, you know.
Yeah, and the reporter, you can see her face kind of reacts to it, but she does, everything she can.
Just keeps moving.
Yeah, just keep it together, pretends like it didn't happen, but it happened.
We heard was like a big boom, and then we just were shaken. We were like paralyzed, and we didn't know what happened, so we went outside, and we were like, oh, there's a fire. And then I went to go grab my dad's fire.
So that's somebody recording it off their phone, but he just dropped it like it was, like he does it all the time in front of his parents.
That rolled right off the tongue.
Yeah, and we were like, oh, F. My mom would have kicked my ass. There was one time I made it on the news in the 8th grade, and she thought I looked stupid, and I didn't even really say anything, and she was mad at me. I can't imagine if I dropped the F word on TV.
Stay off the news.
Yeah.
We heard was like a big boom, and then we just were shaken. We were like paralyzed, and we didn't know what happened, so we went outside, and we were like, oh, there's a fire. And then I went to go grab my dad's fire extinguisher.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't sound like he's worried about getting in trouble.
Nah.
Yeah, I mean, well, God, they're in the middle of not a tragedy, but something like that. Maybe they'll give him a pass.
Yeah, right. If you're going to use that word, I feel like that would be the time to do it.
I don't remember what year it was, but I was in the 8th grade. Whatever, I guess I could do the math, but I was in 8th grade, and my school had a walkout. Like the kids were going to walk out for some reason.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember why. I think it's because they were going to fire some teachers, and we really like these teachers, from what I remember.
I feel like every school needs a walkout, at least a planned one at some point,
And anyway, we planned this walkout, and all the kids walked out, and the news showed up because it was like a protest, and they were interviewing kids, and I don't remember. They asked me a question, and I was trying to be funny, and I think I came off just stupid. Like, they asked me a question. I was like, I don't really know. Ask this kid. And I pulled this kid in.
Yeah.
And then my mom was just furious. She thought I looked so stupid.
Well, and because it's a walkout, my parents were never a fan of the discussion.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh, you just don't want to be in class. I'm like, no, I care about a cause.
I'd be like, sure, Drew. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think half those kids, if not more than half, just wanted to get out of class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what it was, but anyway.
Did it
those
work?
are the
Do you
moments.
remember if it worked?
Oh, yeah.
Was it effective?
Oh, yeah. We're not firing them because you guys are in the parking lot.
I have no idea. I even walked up to the
Likely
cameraman from one of the news channels, because a couple channels showed up, and I go, so what if we do this again tomorrow? Will you guys come back? And the guy goes, old news, kid.
That's funny.
That is hilarious.
All right, coming up here in a few minutes, $1,000 could be yours. Maybe you lost a little money betting on the game yesterday. A lot of people did. You could get some of that cash back. I don't know how much you bet, but you get at least some of it back, right?
Yeah.
$1,000 in the cash squatch. Another keyword's coming up right after Zeppelin on The Brew. Got a couple of talkback messages to listen to real fast. Download the iHeartRadio app for your cell phone. Once you have the Brew streaming, press the microphone button to record something.
This place is shaking. We plate of bacon. Please save some for me. Unless it's taken. Yo, brew. Well, I want some bacon now. Brew. From a pig and not a cow. Brew. Make sure it's thick, cut, and crispy. Oh, 'cause I know that you all came here to get some meat, too. Pleased to meet you.
Oh, thank you, McD,
Wowza.
for that bacon and beer jingle.
That's a
Banger.
good one.
Sometimes it takes you a second to figure out what song he's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, okay, that's Blur.
He's always dedicated to the brand of the song.
Uh-huh.
Bacon and Beer is this Friday, taking over Wilsonville for the first time. We're going to be at McMiniman's Old Church and Pub. It's the thing that looks like a church right off I-5.
Yeah.
And we're excited for the first time to be in Wilsonville.
Yeah.
We got Court on the phone. Good morning, Court.
Hey, how's it going?
Court's also excited. He's at home making our big Valentine's Day boxes because it is Valentine's Day Friday. So we're going to have people put like little anti-Valentines for their exes in the box.
Yeah.
And then we'll read them on the air. Like, to my ex, Susan, I wish you wouldn't have slept with my best friend.
Oh,
Something
ouch,
like that.
Susan.
Yeah. This is your chance to say the thing that you always wanted to say.
Yeah.
Have you started on the box yet, or how's it coming?
As a matter of fact, I completely forgot I was supposed to make a box until you just mentioned it. So, no, I have not made any boxes.
All right.
Oh, nice. He's got all week.
All right. Yeah, he does have a couple days left.
Typical boy, though, forgetting about the Valentine's Day box. You know, if you were
Heartbreaker.
a woman, you would have been working on it for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, apparently Drew's daughters have had theirs done for a while now.
Yeah, they're locked in.
Well, maybe Drew's daughter should make these boxes. Then.
You know, I think
Oh.
we'll get you on speakerphone, and they'll walk you through it when you get started.
Yeah, step by step. We are also excited for the first ever mass divorce. Radio's first ever mass divorce. Court, you've been in radio a long time. I think since the invention of it. Tell us, have you ever heard of a mass divorce on the radio?
I think Alexander Graham Bell was the first one to do it, but it has not been done since then.
It's been a long time.
Okay.
I see.
Yeah, him and
He
Cora
did
Boyce.
everything.
The original first shock jock, actually. Was
Yeah,
Alexander Graham
Right,
Bell.
yeah,
a lot of people don't know that.
As far as I know, no, it has never, ever been done before, on air or off air. I mean, this is the first time, because I've searched it, I've Googled it. I can find no information regarding a mass divorce. So, yeah, I think you guys are definitely the first.
Well, 1-800-DIVORCE, Goldberg Jones, they're stepping up and giving us these free divorces for these people. And these people are going to save thousands of dollars on Friday morning. Mm-hmm. And I think it's 5 couples that we've got locked in to get divorced. Mm-hmm. And, yeah, the first ever mass divorce. And we're going to be unofficially breaking a Guinness World Record since we can't actually afford to get these guys out here. It's like 15, 20 grand to get them out here. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot.
They're missing out.
But we're going to make our own certificate and then present that to ourselves.
Yes.
And hang it somewhere important here in the building.
Yeah, somewhere where the camera can see it.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I was thinking lobby.
Oh, in the lobby. That's good,
that's
too.
a better idea.
So when guests come,
Yeah, I mean, they need to. There's a little trophy case out there.
take down that Vince Neil poster and then put that up.
Oh,
Boom.
perfect.
So I think we should do. Mm-hmm. All right, Court, what do you think of the Super Bowl yesterday?
It was fine, I guess. I mean, I was glad that Kansas City didn't win, but other than that, it was kind of a snore fest.
Yeah, they cut to Patrick Mahomes. He was all teary-eyed and everything with the stupid troll hair. And I didn't feel the least bit bad for him.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you just had 2 Super Bowls in a row.
Nobody
Like,
did.
I don't feel bad for you, bro. He was trying to keep it together, so I give him credit for like trying to hold it in.
Yeah.
And sure, it sucks when you lose the Super Bowl, even if you just
But
did win
also-
2 in a row. But I didn't feel bad.
Okay, yeah, it sucks really bad not winning 3 Super Bowls in a row, bro. Save your tears.
Well, it's
You've been in what, the last 4 out of 5 or 5 out of 6 Super Bowls?
Yeah.
You can manage.
It's been an embarrassment of riches, but even Tom Brady lost almost half of them when he gets to the Super Bowl. It just shows that while they are bionic and they won, it's really hard to win championships.
Mm-hmm.
And the Eagles, God, they looked like the better team
Yeah, they did.
all day long.
Am I the only one, though, that's annoyed with Tom Brady? He just kept talking about the past. I can't believe that was 17 years ago. I can't believe blah, 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 blah. Back when I did this. Shut up!
He's like, I only got 2 unsportsmanlike conduct charges
Yeah.
in my entire career, and I'm pretty proud of that. But I mean, that's what you want from Tom Brady,
I just
right? Like,
want,
that's why you
I
hire the guy?
I don't know. I want to talk about the present. Maybe let's talk about the game at hand. Let's not relive the glory days with Tom Brady and rocking a turtleneck.
Isn't it a little annoying, too, that he gets to immediately do the Super Bowl right when he gets into broadcasting?
It doesn't seem like he's ready for it,
Yeah,
right?
like he's not horrible, but he's not the best at the
It's
job.
got to be only
It should
because
be the
he's
best.
It's only because he's Tom.
It's 'cause
right?
he's Tom.
It's
Yeah.
the only reason.
Yeah.
It's definitely all because
Also,
he's Tom.
I don't know if you noticed that giant, atrociously gaudy gold watch he was wearing.
It was super distracting.
Guess how much money it is?
How much?
It costs $800,000.
Was he borrowing that? I mean, that is the stupidest thing to
I
have
don't
on
know,
your wrist.
but I was like, wowza. That
And then
thing
the guy
is-
next to him, you looked at his watch and it looked just like a boss, like I don't know, like
Yeah,
a
right.
$100 watch or something.
is wearing an Apple Watch or
It's
something.
like, dude, you didn't want to let me know you were going to wear that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it
at
was.
least got a
The
knockoff.
watch was super distracting. He's clearly had some work done. His face is pulled back. That's distracting. Him talking about himself a lot is distracting.
That's why I feel like
don't
he's
know.
starting to look like Catman. I mean, he's like, the face is a struggle right now. Maybe he's in transition.
I like Aikman, man. I like Troy Aikman.
I like
him and Buck.
Him and Joe.
Oh yeah, him and
Joe Buck.
I was hoping it was gonna be Buck because doesn't he work for Fox?
Not anymore.
Oh, okay.
They jumped ship and went to ESPN and got that money.
I know a lot of people don't like Joe Buck, but I like Joe Buck and his hair plug.
He's a consummate professional. I mean,
Sounds great.
his dad was a legend. To be the kid of a legend and step into those shoes, it's hard to go at Mr. Buck.
All right, Court. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you and those Valentine's boxes. So get it together. You only have 4 days, okay?
Yeah, I'll probably wait until I don't know, like Thursday night. Maybe
Yeah,
Friday
nice.
morning.
That's what
Just
I did.
Clean the glitter off your pants after you're done before you come
good
to
luck
Bacon
with
and
that.
Beer.
All right, all the info on Bacon and Beer at 1059thebrew.com. While you're there, you can enter this hour's keyword in for your chance at $1,000 from the Cash Squatch. And that keyword is check. All right, log on now, 1059thebrew.com. Keyword is check.
1, 2, 3.
And now, Brew Sports. Here's Drew.
Well, the Eagles took care of business yesterday, and a lot of people, I mean, outside of my wallet, I wanted the Eagles to win in the heart zone. But when it's a blowout like that, it does kind of womp people. And there's something about the camaraderie of when the game comes down to that final quarter at least, and you can feel what's on the line.
Yeah.
There was none of that going last night, but not to take away from the Eagles, who were here just 2 years ago, but Saquon Barkley, the big addition, the greatest running back season that we've seen with our eyes in at least 30 years. So Saquon talked about this. They asked him, when did you know this team was going to be special? He said this.
It hit me, that first time we all got in the huddle. I look to my left, and there's Jalen, and I see the O-line, and you see AJ, Smitty, Dallas. Right there, I knew we have a special team, and my job was just try to add anything that I can. They've been to the Super Bowl already, and I just wanted to add anything I can, whether it's in leadership, whether it's running the ball, and I'm just happy to be part of this team and be world champs.
And is it too early to talk about next year's champs? Well, not according to the sports books, who already have your favorites, and this will make you feel great. Ravens, Chiefs at the top of the list, followed by the Eagles again. Then ranking behind there, you do have teams like the Lions and the Washington Commanders, who are coming in at 20-1 to win the Super Bowl. But if you want that big money, maybe you're a Steelers fan, that's 70-1. But the big whopper is FanDuel right now has the Giants at 400-1.
Wow.
If you took the New York Giants and you put a single dollar down, you'd win $400. Somebody out there is putting down $1,000 who's got money to spend, and you could make a fortune.
Yeah.
Tonight, Trailblazers in action on the road against Denver after a heartbreaker against the T-Wolves. They look to get the job done, turn things around at 6 o'clock tonight. And there's your sports, and don't forget you can catch that game, Rip City Radio, 620 a.m.
Someone sent a text message in and said, wait, I missed the Super Bowl?
Yeah, you slept right through it.
Yeah, you missed it. I don't know how, because the game didn't start until 3:30.
Yeah.
How do the people on the East Coast do it?
I don't know. I was
6:30
thinking about
start
that when
time?
the game was wrapping up and I was getting ready to go home. I was like, man, must suck for people who live on the East Coast right now.
Like we've got friends who do morning radio in other cities on the East Coast, and I don't know how you go to bed early, right? You don't watch the whole game, I would imagine.
I mean, of
I don't
course,
know.
I feel like you have to.
But then you got to be careful.
I guess
can't,
yesterday's game, you didn't really have to watch the end of it because you knew it was going to happen.
You got to
but-
be careful though, and you can't get super hammered if you're going to work the next day.
Totally.
I did read that a lot of people have called in sick today.
Well,
it's supposed to be one of the-
ahead of time.
Yeah, like,
too.
hey, I'm gonna be
people
sick
are
on
Yeah, I'm
Monday.
not going to be
Exactly.
there. Yeah.
It's National Football Hangover Day is what they call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I lost my point. The whole thing has got me frustrated.
How you guys feeling? 'Cause
He's frustrated.
you guys were both drinking yesterday.
I felt pretty good actually. I went to bed at 10. Like I didn't mess
That's not
around,
bad.
and
Yeah.
so
And I can't really complain. The game started at 3:30. I was still in bed at my bedtime. But I remember what I was going to say. The East Coast, they're so used to the game being late. Monday Night Football starts at 8:15 p.m. every week for them. So, like, that whole ritual is like a bedtime thing. Like,
Yeah.
you do
what
it in
they
your
do.
PJs.
they got to move the Super Bowl to like noon. You know,
I don't know,
3 o'clock
I
their
don't know
time.
why they don't
noon
do
our
it like
time.
the Thanksgiving
them.
game or whatever.
12:30 for us, 3 o'clock for them.
Yeah.
3:30 for them. That's what it should be.
It would totally work. They probably got some ratings / advertising graph they look at.
And give us today off. That'd be great too. All right, coming up next, we've got tickets to go see comedian and actor Ben Schwartz. Now, if you don't know who that name is right off the top of your head, you probably recognize his face. He's been in a lot of shows, a lot of movies. He's the voice of Sonic, in the Sonic movies.
Yeah.
I think he's one of the funniest guys around. If you've ever seen him on the show Space Force, like he owns that show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's like one of those guys where he could pop off at some point and be filling the Moda Center.
I hope so. But he's going to be taking over the Cowlitz Ballroom at Elon A coming up in May, and we're going to play a game we haven't played in a while coming up next, Real News or Fake News.
Nice.
Going to read off some headlines. Some are real, some are completely made up by us. You just have to tell us which one is which to win. Looking for callers 10 and 11 right now. 866-445-1059. We'll play after Bush on the Brew. All right, a couple of talkbacks to play before we play our game for some tickets to see comedian and actor Ben Schwartz.
Good morning, Brew Crew. Have to agree, lost my money. Not so happy about that. Way to go, Holmes. Yeah, I'm gonna, sick to my stomach. Anyways, the best commercial to me was the Taco Bell commercial where they kept shutting down LeBron. I thought that was pretty good, pretty funny. Outside of that, I think I'm going to have some Taco Bell today.
I didn't laugh at, I don't think, one commercial yesterday. The seal one I thought was kind of creepy to see seal on a seal.
Yeah, it was creepy. Like, it was more shocking than anything else.
But the puppy baby pug or whatever doesn't make me laugh.
Yeah.
What is that thing?
I don't know.
Puppy,
there was just like a lot of like disturbing visuals during the halftime show or the commercials.
Kind of blows me away that it's all like there was a bunch of religious, like, God.com or whatever. It's like,
well, remember last
how much
year?
money you're spending on a commercial when it's all, that's from a collection plate.
I know, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, wow, you guys had $8 million to spend on that commercial? But they did the same thing last year where like Jesus was washing someone's feet. And then everyone made jokes about how Jesus was a foot guy.
Yeah.
So I feel like they stepped up the creativity this year. But
yeah.
This text comes from 7308. It says, "I'm a big football fan, but I was ready to pack it up and go home with 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. I definitely couldn't be an East Coast fan."
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a different level, and maybe they do a nap over there. Because it's just brutal.
This text from 6584 says, "We could put Ozzy on the stage for the Super Bowl halftime show, and you could probably understand more lyrics than Kendrick's show."
I don't know about all that, but
At least
also
Kendrick can stand up.
Having the closed captioning on is always a helpful feature.
What did you think? 98197 is our text line. Let's play this.
It could be real or complete bullshit.
You are fake news.
This is Tanner, Drew, and Laura's Real News or Fake News.
I haven't played this game in a while. I'm going to read off some news headlines. Some are real, some are completely made up. You just have to tell us which one is which to win the Ben Schwartz tickets. Let's go to Michelle calling from Dallas, Oregon this morning. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
Not really. I came home in the fourth quarter.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was trash by then. I mean, it was trash
the whole
by
time.
the second quarter.
Right. And I was trashed. I got really drunk yesterday. It had to. There was
As one does.
Keep it exciting. It was the only thing going on yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Do you read the paper? Do you watch the news? Do you know what's going on in the world, Michelle?
Negatory.
Oh, wow. All right.
Great, okay.
This could be a really difficult game for you then. You got to get at least 3 out of 5 to win. Are you ready to play real news or
fake news?
Fake news. I mean, fake news.
All right.
I was listening to I'm sorry.
Here we go. Real or fake? River in Argentina turns blood red and has a strong odor.
Real news.
Is that a real story? It is.
Blurb. What's that
Sketchy.
about?
It's pretty creepy. They say it's like pollution just being dumped into the river, but it looks pretty biblical.
Yeah, that's not good at all. I think it's time to stop doing whatever you're doing upriver.
Ancient, real or fake, Michelle? Ancient tree discovered in remote jungle appears to move slightly every night.
Fake news.
Is that a fake story?
Oh, wow.
2-0.
Real or fake? Mermaid performer has her head swallowed by giant aquarium fish during show.
Fake news.
Is that a fake story? It's a real story, and you can see the fish just like put her head in its mouth.
Oh, my God.
Because it's weird. Fish, they open their mouth, and then like another mouth comes out.
Yeah.
And then that's what wrapped around her head.
They look like alien creatures.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Really do.
2-1.
Real or fake? Zoo will send video of an elephant pooping to your ex for Valentine's Day.
I hope that's real. Tell me
that
it's real.
a real story? It is! That's a win.
Man, so many people are going to be getting elephant pooping videos.
Dude, that is the greatest thing ever. Because, like, okay, naming a cockroach after your ex, oh, that's funny. But sending them, like, this is something that will affect your ex, especially if they have, like, a gag reflex.
Yeah.
Just drop a poop video.
That's a big turd.
Oh,
coming
they're
from an
massive.
elephant's behind.
I mean, at the zoo, the Oregon Zoo, don't they, like, they use like giant shovels or like little
Oh yeah.
I
little
feel
trucks.
like when that thing hits, it's like the size of a table.
Right.
You know, it's a big old round
It's like
mound.
a miniature earthquake happens every time a turd hits the ground.
Yeah.
That's pretty great. I want to do that.
Do it.
I got a couple of exes I'd like to send that to.
Yeah.
Yeah, start duking people.
So
I
yeah,
feel like if
it's
somebody sent that to me, though, I'd just laugh.
it's the Memphis Zoo. It's celebrating a day of love with two choices of special Valentines. They have dating or dumping promotion. People can donate $10 for video to send to that special someone. Either a red panda for your sweetheart or an elephant pooping for your ex.
Man.
The zoo is also reminding people that the dump videos aren't just for exes. You can send those to anybody if you want, like an ex-boss or something.
I mean,
Or a
of
loved
course.
one.
Or a loved one, yeah.
You know, here you go, Mom.
Yeah. She'll love it.
Yeah. All right.
Flowers, chocolates, overrated.
Hang on, Michelle. We'll get your information and we'll see you at the Ben Schwartz show. Okay?
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. Ben Schwartz, we got tickets to him all week. He's, the voice of Sonic. If you're like, who the hell is Ben Schwartz?
I remember him from DuckTales in 2018 on the
Woo!
reboot.
Oh, I thought you were talking about, when you mentioned that off the air, I
His
thought you were
reboot.
talking about the OG.
Oh, I mean, look at his baby face.
Yeah, he'd
There's
be
no
1,000.
way.
He'd be 100 years old. All right, coming up in a few minutes, we're going to check some of your talkback messages. So if you've got something to say, download the iHeartRadio app for your cell phone and record a quick message. In the meantime, you've got until 8 o'clock to get this hour's keyword in to score $1,000 from the Cash Squatch. And the keyword is check. So log on. You can do this on your cell phone or your desktop, 1059thebrew.com. Enter the keyword check to win.
And now, the big story.
It's now time for the big story, where we go around the room sharing what we think the biggest stories of the day are. I'll start today. Of course, today is National Football Hangover Day. And it's so bad, in fact, that many workers plan to call in sick or have already called in sick. Apparently, last year, 63% of people requested the day off.
That's quite a large number.
And they say that 90% of managers at U.S. companies approve the sick days after the big game.
Yeah, because, I mean, if you have days to burn, why not?
You know, Roger Goodell says that they're going to eventually go to 18 games. I mean, they have to get the players to say yes to it, but once they go to 18 games, the next week, a lot of people have a national holiday for President's Day.
Yep.
So I see eventually this being a day off for everybody.
And I also feel like in terms of like viewership and money for the NFL and the networks, like that's a win-win for them too, right? Because more people watching the game because they don't have to go to work on Monday.
Goes bigger and bigger and bigger.
A survey from Paycom collected data from over 6 million employees who requested sick days after the Super Bowl. And found that 63% have requested the day off. So
Wow.
Yeah.
Not
Here
great
we
for,
are.
Not great for productivity. Yeah, look at us.
We're grinding.
If I would have known, I would have just I would have thrown a few more back last night.
Yeah.
I know those numbers scream, let's get out of here. But next year, everybody's got next year. The big story to me is that this month is going to be the Planet Parade in the sky.
Oh.
Now, if you don't know what a planet parade is, 5 planets will be in full view throughout the month. Sky watchers can view Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Mercury all month long, depending on your cloud coverage, right? But most of the planets will be visible with the naked eye, but those who want to catch a glimpse of Uranus and Neptune.
Okay.
Binoculars or a telescope are going to be needed for that. So if you're outside of the city limits and you've got some of that wide open sky, you're probably going to get a nice little show.
Yeah, and they have apps on your phone that you can just like point it at the sky and it'll tell you exactly what you're looking at.
I've got that.
The Big Dipper, bros.
It's pretty cool. I think the big story is since the actual Super Bowl was kind of a snooze fest, I want to talk about the real game, which was the Puppy Bowl.
Yeah.
It was very entertaining, I thought, and a Minnesota rescue dog took home the top honors at the Puppy Bowl yesterday. His name's Foxtrot. He was super cute.
Yeah.
A collie from Pet Haven of Minnesota, named Most Valuable Puppy after a standout performance in the annual event, which is aired on Animal Planet. But his efforts helped Team Fluff secure a 68-66 win over Team Rough with a last-second touchdown. Go Foxtrot, baby.
They do such a good job with the Puppy Bowl. Like I watched a lot of it yesterday, and I was like, this is done really well. Like they make storylines
and they were able to hold.
It's edited well.
They were able to hold my 9 and 7-year-old for the entire broadcast.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, it was hours long.
And weren't they battling? Like they each had
They were blue versus the burnt sienna or whatever the other
orangey color
was, and Lucy's team, the 9-year-old, she got the W, and she was like,
Victory.
"Dad, it was crazy. Like, could you hear me yelling in here?" I'm like, "Yeah, I just wish you'd have that passion for the real games, but
like,
go get it.
Only puppies."
She loves those pups.
More on those stories at 1059thebrew.com. Also, while you're there, enter this hour's keyword for your chance at $1,000 in cash, and here it is. All right, this morning we'd like to know, why were you fired?
Oh.
Now that the NFL season's over, you can look back at a lot of coaches that were fired this season. I felt like
it's like 5 or 6.
Yeah, it was a lot. Is that it was more than normal this season, or is that pretty much the average?
It's a tough job, because they always have to cut the head off of the leader. But I'd say it's a little higher than average. Normally, probably 4.
But I also feel like with most of these teams, didn't you see it coming?
When you lose the job in the middle of the season, like to lose it in the off season in a contract thing or whatever, that's one thing. But when you lose it mid-season, you don't often get another chance.
Like the Bears.
Yeah, right.
You have to go back, and now you're an assistant coach forever.
Yeah.
So these guys are fired obviously because of poor performance, and I guess the owners are just sick of the teams losing.
It's all about wins and losses.
Right. So they move on. But why were you fired? Maybe it was poor performance. Maybe you did something stupid. Maybe you did something like Drew and I did once and had someone eat cat poop on the radio and then they threw up everywhere.
Oh, no.
And we got in trouble for that.
Cat poop?
Yeah, like actual cat poop.
Is that what? You see, I feel like these types of things are the reasons that we can't do anything fun anymore.
It's not our fault alone. It was a different time.
Yeah.
It was like, geez, how many years ago was that?
That was 20-something years ago, but it also was... it was a different time, but still fireable.
Yeah, he threw that thing he threw that turd in his mouth like a gobstopper.
And
just chewed it.
And I broke inside in that moment.
And he threw up all over the studio.
I would throw up. I would have a sympathy barf, I think.
Yeah, I ran out of the studio and just left the radio, like the mics on and everything. And so, they just, like 2 weeks went by. I'm not even sure if they suspended us. I think they just straight fired us.
Did it have like the kitty litter on it?
Yeah.
So it was like an almond roca type of situation.
Yeah, he took it right out of my cat's litter box.
Oh my God.
It was on another level. And it was not discussed ahead of time how that was going to go down. So when he tossed it in, I lost grip with reality in that moment.
I don't know what we were thinking. I don't remember.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember.
Yes, but I mean,
I would try to swallow it whole.
Ugh.
You're really in the inner workings of it, and I'm getting PTSD.
I don't want to talk about beef water.
Yeah.
I could see you getting a little red face.
Fully disgusted right now. In both the idea and that somebody actually did that.
Well,
listen, it's maybe the worst thing I've ever heard.
We got canceled for it for like
deservedly
for like
a
month. For like a month.
Oh, and they hired
2
you
months.
right
Yeah, a couple of months. Okay. And then they hired us back. So I think that footnote is worth.
Yeah, we're working for the same people now. So
yeah, the
whatever.
same.
We couldn't get anybody to fill these spots. You guys want to come back?
They couldn't find anybody else.
Basically.
So beef water. Why did you get fired?
I've never been fired.
You've never been fired.
Never been fired. I've been laid off. But I've never been fired.
Wow.
Well, sometimes laid off is like in a lane, like where they do you a broski.
No, so working in the trades, there's always like a slower season. So you get laid off for a few weeks and then you come back. Like it's just how it goes. I've been laid off from this job and then brought back. So yeah, never been fired.
Wow.
See, you're missing out.
You're not really in radio technically until you've been fired.
Yeah, that's what when I was in college working at my campus radio station, that's what I was always told.
Yeah, once you're fired, you're officially in the business.
I remember when they walked us down the long hallway, I can still remember the lady who loads the commercials into the system. She's got her offices across the way, and I look at her, and it was like she watched two guys walk to the gallows. Her eyes were like silver dollars. She knew we were dead upon arrival.
This business is a tough one, as we all know, and there's nothing worse than knowing somebody's going to go meet the axe.
Because a lot of times you'll find out before it happens.
It's absolutely terrible.
It sucks.
It's always uncomfortable when you get like a text message from someone almost like outside of the situation. They're like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "What do you mean? Am I okay? Like, what do you know that I don't?" And then it comes down the pipeline, and you're just
like showing up the morning of a format flip or something like that. You're just like, "Oh man, dude, this is just
man walking."
When I was working in
just not good.
When I was working in Detroit, I knew the afternoon. I was doing nights at the time, and I knew the afternoon guy was getting fired this day because they told me, "Do you want to do the afternoon show?" And so I knew I was replacing him. I was trying to time it out where I got there like right after he left. But I timed it out where I was going up the stairs the exact moment he was going down the stairs. And he goes, "Hey, man, just got fired." And I had to sit there and pretend like I didn't know.
Like, no.
You know what I mean? Like I hated
that you
it.
get put in that situation.
Because I didn't, I liked him.
Doing.
I liked him a lot, but I also just needed to keep my job, and I wasn't going to say no to anything.
Yeah, and if you say no, the next person says yes, and now you're in his spot.
And I just, oh God, the worst timing ever. But I think they just fired him because he was making a lot of money.
And then he turns on the radio and he hears you on his show, and he's
Right.
like, "What the?"
Yeah. Haven't spoken to him since.
Yeah.
But again, that's also the beauty of this business. You can be fired 47 times. You'll still find work.
That's true.
It's all good.
Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Good morning. Why were you fired?
Yeah, good morning. Several years ago, I was a bouncer at a bar, and my younger brother was in the Army, and he wasn't 21. I, quote-unquote, checked his ID, let him in, and they caught wind of that. So they said, you can collect your final paycheck Tuesday.
Well, how'd they catch wind of it?
Yeah,
Was he bragging about it, or?
No, one of the other bouncers, I think, knew and dined me out. But, I'm a huge, he had gone overseas and come back, and I was like, you know what, man, you can have a damn beer.
I do feel like
Yeah,
if they fight for
honestly,
our country, they can drink. They
If
can
you're
have a
old
beer.
enough to
You know what I
see
mean?
all that stuff, you're old enough to have a beer.
Yeah, exactly.
And what's the name of that?
Thanks, Crew.
What's the name of that other bouncer, real quick? I'm starting a revenge business.
I don't even remember his name. It was probably 20 years ago.
I appreciate the call. 98197 is
Take
our,
care,
thanks, buddy. 98197 is our text line. You can also shoot us a talkback message through the iHeartRadio app. This text comes from 3257. It says, former apartment maintenance. I was fired for, oh my God. I was fired for hooking up with a homeless chick in an empty apartment.
Oh,
and then she locked herself in there and refused to leave.
Wow.
Oh, that's actually on her part brilliant.
Wow.
She's like, squatters' rights, baby.
I
Thanks for the
live here.
apartment.
Like, no, you don't. We were just hooking up in there.
Yeah,
oh
and now
my God.
sayonara.
Shame wagon.
Yeah.
Boy, this text comes from 1912. It says, I was fired from Round Table when I was 16 because my friends threatened a coworker. Mind you, they were way off the property and off the clock, and for the coworker threatening me. That had threatened them because the coworker's threatening her, I guess.
So everybody's throwing shoulder out there. Calm down, you're at Round Table.
7059 says, I was 17 and got fired for making out with the manager's 16-year-old daughter.
Oh, yeah, you can't be.
Especially with
Can't be
whatever.
doing
I don't even
that.
want to know how old you were.
Yeah, the boss's daughter. Wait,
33.
He said he was 17. He was
So
17.
it's
Okay.
nothing illegal happened.
Well, then,
Thank
you know,
goodness.
that it is what it is.
Yeah.
Kids be kids.
Why were you fired? 866-445-1059 is the phone number. I got fired from Great American Video and Espresso in Milwaukee.
I just love the
I don't
title
know why
of the
you laugh
place.
at that.
Like, what do you do to get fired from a place?
You
Like,
did-
it
well,
seems like
'cause
you'd have all the room in the world to do whatever at a
you
place
were
like that.
hired to make coffee, right? And you were like,
yeah,
nah.
I just refused to learn how to make the coffee. It was
Yeah.
stressful. I couldn't
You want me
figure
to
it out.
do? Oh, so all right, Barry. Now you want me to do my job?
Like, I'm only here for the free video rentals. Hello.
That's really all
that's
I was
right.
there
Yeah.
for. They were great people. I think it's owned by two brothers. It's still there to this day.
Yeah.
And I think that's kick-ass. but
Espresso saved the business.
It really did.
Yeah.
And it was kind of coming up when I started, and they were like, okay, it's one shot of this and a cup of that. And I'm like, I'm melting down over here.
You're like,
I can't do it.
I rewind tapes.
And that's all
I'm
I
here
was.
to talk about Tremors.
I could tell you what movie was good. I could recommend an action flick.
They lost a legend by making you make
I
coffee.
worked there for a month and a half, and they're like, listen, you're refusing to do 50% of the
Honestly,
job.
a month and a half sounds generous.
We just need you to go outside and just look at the name of the business real quick.
We put it on the sign. We can't go back.
Now I think they flipped. I think it's Great American Espresso and Video. I
It
think
probably.
Yeah.
When they
But-
got the new sign, they were like, let's do this.
But yeah, he was very nice. I think his name was Ken, if I remember. I was a little kid, but he was like, "Listen, man,
Cappuccino Ken.
Cappuccino Ken." He was like, "It's been a great run, but you can't do half the job."
Not cut out for the job.
So.
That's, you know what though, you could have done
was
it.
fair.
I mean, you sitting here multitask all day.
Yeah, but I
You
couldn't do
could've been a
that. It's really
barista.
hard. It was really hard.
Steamed milk and the whole deal.
It was really tough.
With that attitude.
I mean, to whip or not to whip, I don't even know what I'm doing over here.
I'm whipping, I'm nay-naying, I'm still doing it
I
wrong.
didn't know what was happening.
Maybe you'd be one of those people on Instagram that pour the coffee like a flower in the top.
Yes,
be
you
a
really could have
real-
shown off your artistic ability.
A
It would
barista.
have been a DVD instead of a flower.
Yeah,
That would've been
exactly.
real nice.
Why were you fired? 866-445-1059. More of your calls coming up.
1, 2, 3.
And now, Bruce Sports. Here's Drew.
Well, the Philadelphia Eagles defense, who were on fire during the Super Bowl, said that one of their main motivations was the fact that everybody was talking three-peat all week long. You know, they have that media availability where you get peppered with questions for hours. And imagine everyone talking about the other team to you during your time. Like, this is your moment, and you got to talk about what you're going to do to stop Mahomes from having his moment. So they did everything they needed to do. They looked like the better team out there, and they got the win. Afterwards, Saquon Barkley, who was the new addition who came over from the rival Giants, said this when asked when he thought this team became special.
It hit me, that first time we all got in the huddle. I look to my left, and there's Jalen, and I see the O-line, and you see AJ, Smitty, Dallas. Right there, I knew we have a special team, and my job was just try to add anything that I can. They've been to the Super Bowl already, and I just wanted to add anything I can, whether it's in leadership, whether it's running the ball, and I'm just happy to be part of this team and be world champs.
And the only thing that the Chiefs did well really was kind of contain Barkley. He didn't have any of those monster runs, but it was enough to get the job done as the Eagles take it in convincing fashion. Also, tonight you got NBA action as the Blazers getting back at it. Got a tough task on the road in Denver. You get a little bit of reprieve on tip time, 6 o'clock, because it's in Denver. Now, they are underdogs by 9.5 points tonight. You can listen to this one on Rip City Radio, 6:20 a.m., and hoping to get at least one of these two against the Nuggets before the All-Star break. Rip City, there's your sports.
Thank you very much. All right, you've got until 9 o'clock to get this hour's keyword in and possibly score $1,000 from the Cash Squatch. The keyword is Bills. It'll take you less than 30 seconds to enter this contest. You can do this from your cell phone or your desktop. Just log on to 1059thebrew.com and enter the keyword Bills. Then just keep an eye on your cell phone because we could call you back with the cash. Also, we want to know, why were you fired from your job? We'll take your calls after Lenny Kravitz on The Brew. So now that the NFL season's over, we were just reflecting on how many coaches were fired. I think like 5 or 6 coaches were fired this season.
Cleaning house.
So we want to know, why were you fired? Obviously, they were fired for obvious reasons.
Sucking.
For poor performance, stuff like that. But, maybe you were fired because, like, I was talking to this guy recently, and he was telling me that he was fired from his job because he was like the general manager, and he left a money bag out.
Oh, can't be doing that.
And they're just like, you can't be doing that. You're the GM.
Especially if anything happens to that money.
Right.
There's just no coming back from it.
Let's go to line 1. Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Who's this?
This is Adam. How are you today?
Pretty good, Adam. Tell us why were you fired?
Well, basically, I got hurt at work. I do excavation work, and I got a couple of tons of gravel dropped on my knees.
Oh.
And so they put me on light duty, and driving an excavator, all I do is use my hands. Well, they had me in the shop for 90 days filling tool orders, walking around on my bad knees. And I think they were trying to get me to quit, and it didn't happen. And so finally they said, well, the shop can't afford you, and so we need to cut things down, and so you got to go.
Oh,
That's
so you
messed
get
up.
hit with the gravel, you get hurt, and then you get fired?
That sounds like lawsuit palooza.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I went to a workman's comp case against the insurance company, and they told me since I'm 58 years old, it was pre-existing. Both torn meniscus.
You got
and
old
both
knees, man. What are you even doing here?
Look at those things. It's old growth. Look at them.
And I think we can all agree 2 tons isn't that much.
Well, all right, bro. Well, I'm sorry to hear that happened to you, but did you get another job? You're doing all right?
I'm sitting on an excavator on top of a pile right now.
There you go.
well, watch your knees.
Yeah.
All right,
Heads
buddy.
up out there.
Yeah,
Watch
that's
this.
first time in 40 years that something like that happened, and they just threw me away like yesterday's news.
Yeah.
That sucks. Well, you deserve better. Keep your head up.
Thanks for the call. We appreciate it. It's old busted knees, slowing people down on the job. I guess I got to move on. Let's go to downtown Tina Brown. Good morning, downtown Tina Brown.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Can't wait to see you Friday.
Looking forward to it. Bacon and beer, of course, this Friday at the Wilsonville, the McMenamins Old Church and Pub in Wilsonville.
Yes.
Bing, bing.
Bing bong. All right, so back in 1990, I got a killer job at this company called CellMed, and I was a drug user back then, and so Golden Seal were these, like, vitamins that you thought you could, like, take back then.
Yeah.
And so I'm just pumping the Golden Seal, doing a bunch of meth, working my ass off at my new job. I show up to work, somebody's there with my paycheck, and they're like, hey, by the way, you're fired. And I'm like, why? I'm not doing drugs. I'm a great person.
And they all knew,
Lost my
like,
job.
you're out of your mind.
Yeah.
You're tweaking out here at work.
When you're the tweaker and they're not, they just see it.
It's like your performance is way too good. You've been moving too fast, and that was our first
But
clue.
you've only been walking in a circle for 17 days.
Well, you've been sober now,
Very true.
downtown Tina Brown. You've been sober for
A long time.
a long time, right? How long?
Yeah, a little over 20 years. It'll be 21 years.
Good job.
I mean, you're not as productive as you were back then, but I'm
That's all
very
right.
proud of you.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Hey, you know what? I am as productive. I just runs natural now.
Yeah, there you go.
Just run natural.
Coffee is a lot easier to sleep on.
Thank you, downtown Tina Brown. We want to know were you fired from your job? 866-445-1059 is the number. Let's go to Greg. Good morning, Greg. Why were you fired?
So this is really, really crazy. And when you can catch your boss lying to you, it's for the better. So I delivered to this plumbing outfit a number of years back. I deliver all the finished products, all the pipe, all the toilets, all that stuff. I got called into the office one day, and he said, "Hey, man, we gotta let you go." I'm like, "For what?" He goes, "Well, you run video throwing your toilets and the tanks and stuff off your truck into this garage and breaking them." Which is really crazy because we never parked our trucks in the driveway. We always parked on the road, hand trucked our stuff in there and whatnot. And so before I walked out of the room, I was going through my phone. I took pictures of every stop that I ever did. And he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm going to show you a picture real quick before you fire me." So I go through my phone and I find the picture of the address and whatnot. And I'm like, "Well, here's your products right here. It never happened, and you're obviously lying." And then they said, "Well, that's not the house we were talking about." You know, they just kind of ran around.
Right.
It was a joke.
Round and
So
around.
I always think that if you're good help, you're going to get fired anyway.
Yeah.
Well, which is sad, but now not all employers are, built alike in that way, but we're all expendable. Don't get it twisted.
I love it's a different house, even though I said it was that house originally.
Yeah.
It was in
Well, that's not what I meant.
All my points, sidestep.
Thanks, Greg.
Anyway, love your guys' show, bud.
Appreciate it.
Cheers,
Thanks. Got some talkback messages through the iHeartRadio app. Download it for your cell phone. Once you have the Bruce streaming, press the microphone button to record something.
Bing bong. I got fired for telling my boss to F off. And he didn't like it much. He cried like a baby, and then he fired me. I don't care. I kicked rocks and found another job. Bing bong. Have a good day.
Bing bing.
I was let go from a True Value Hardware for letting the air out of my manager's tires. I did not pop them. I only let the air out.
Still think that's not a good idea. Whether you popped them or not.
The justification's great.
They weren't popped.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I ruined the tire.
I mean,
you were going to drive home tonight? Sorry about all that.
We got some text messages coming in on our text line, our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line from 3257. I'm sorry, I read that one already. 013. I can't. What's happening to me?
Are your glasses not strong enough?
I think so. I'm having to lean in. 1357 says, I got fired for being too intimidating.
Okay.
It was okay. I hated the hours, 2 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Oh.
Damn.
Dude.
Too intimidating?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
1771 says, I got fired for having a seizure at work.
That's
that's a bad deal.
I'll tell you right now, I got no time for that. You're going to show up here when I'm trying to make my money and you start doing your thing? I don't think so.
Sorry, Shaky Jake. You're out of here.
I got fired for before being loaded into the ambulance.
Yeah. You were loaded all right, bro. Showing up, doing your stuff. It's crazy.
Can't just seize out in here.
Let's go to line one. Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Why were you fired?
Because I got stoned before I went to work, and I was too nice to the customers. So when my boss asked me to go do something, and I said, sure, Craig, of course I will. He goes, don't talk to me like that. And then he fired me.
So he thought you were being like a smart ass?
No, I was being nice. I was stoned. And that's why you don't do drugs before you go to work or volunteer.
Or volunteer.
And don't ever volunteer. Listen to
that. Have a good day.
You too. All right.
Man.
All right.
That's an interesting. Normally, if you were baked at work, they just think you're super nice and jolly.
My guess is he probably knew she was high out of her mind.
Yeah, she hasn't done a lick of work all day, and she's going to be polite.
She thought she was killing it, but she was just like...
Your line is 3 times as long as
you know the
everyone's.
rules. We're rude to our customers here. We don't appreciate your kind attitude.
Your kindness is nauseating.
This text from 6059 says, back in the 80s, I was 15, and my first job was working at KFC. I would give my friends free Chicken Littles at the drive-thru. I got fired a week after I got the job because my boss figured out what was happening to the Chicken Littles inventory.
Where are all the Chicken Littles going?
What is a Chicken Little?
I don't see a ticket for any of
What
these
even is that?
Little Chicken Little was the jam.
The boss was my mom's friend, so I got my ass beat for embarrassing her.
Oh,
no.
wow. You went home and caught the switch?
Well, yeah, because she's like, I got you this job, and you turn around and make a fool of me.
Well, it's just kind of like a Robin Hood.
And to answer your question, Laura, the Chicken Little was essentially a chicken
nug?
sandwich slider.
Dude, it was dope.
Came on a
I
little
think they
mini
still have
bun.
it. They might.
It's not the same, though.
Oh, okay.
It's not the same.
If I had a hookup like that at a KFC, I'd be hitting up the
Dude,
drive-thru
I'd
all
just
the
be
time.
circling.
My friend in high school, my friend Casey, got fired from 7-Eleven after like 3 days because we found out he was working there and we showed up and ransacked that place.
Isn't it funny? Like
We
now
ransacked.
you'd
Hey,
all
bro.
be on closed circuit TV, but back then you could empty that Slurpee
Oh,
machine.
well, it was all caught on camera, so the owner saw it because he was like, "What's going on with the inventory?" And he checked the cameras,
like,
and
that's
like
it.
18 kids came in there.
Yeah, I guess Sevi, they've been in the camera game a long time.
It's for sure.
Let's go to line.
Did you at least steal a little of that chili squirt?
I didn't. I was like taking gum and
yeah.
Oh,
candy.
you're stealing like hard products. I would think you'd go in and just clear out the big bites. He's like, hey, bro, you're out of big bites
Just
again.
going to throw that away anyway.
I think he worked at the graveyard. I don't think they had him.
A lot of people fantasize about that moment, just go in there, whatever you want.
Hi, let's go to line 3. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Why were you fired? Yep, that's you.
Yeah. Hey, all right. Happy Monday.
Hey.
Yeah, I'll be quick here. McLean here. It's back in 2002, I was working for a company, and this is when I was planning my wedding, which was coming up in 3 months.
Oh.
And I went to the website The Knot,
Oh, yes.
Ooh, careful typing that in.
KNOT, right?
KNOT, yeah.
Yes.
And I was doing it on my lunchtime, and I got fired because they said you can't go on the internet at work.
Oh, so it wasn't necessarily the site you went to. It was just the fact that you went on the internet altogether.
Exactly. I was like, that's I'm planning my wedding, dude. And they're like, oh, no, you were on the internet. You can guarantee that everybody's on the internet.
No, weren't you on balloonnot.com?
Yeah, like,
you're out here.
No, I'm planning my wedding, bro.
Yeah.
I never got fired from a job, but similar type of thing. I got heavily reprimanded because I started a Facebook page for the radio station.
Oh my gosh.
That I worked for, and they were like, "We don't do this social media thing here." And I was like,
what a dinosaur.
Okay, and I got in, and they said, when you own your own radio station, you can make the rules.
I got fired from my first radio job because I recorded a caller.
Yeah,
that's what every radio person does. They said I was disrespectful to the caller because I laughed at them.
How dare you?
The woman threatened to blow the building up. I hung up on her, and then I laughed. She didn't even hear me laugh because I hung up on her, and they fired me because they thought I was being disrespectful.
She got tickets. You got fired.
Yeah.
Portland's voice of reconciliation, 1330K price.
Are they still crushing?
I don't think so.
Oh, man. They would have if they kept you.
Yeah. All right, dude. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Love you guys. See you.
McD, everybody. We'll, I'm assuming, see him on Friday at Bacon and Beer.
We better.
That's right.
Which is going down at McMiniman's Old Church and Pub in Wilsonville, 6 to 10 a.m. Everyone who shows up gets free bacon, got a lot of prizes, a mass divorce, and, of course, a trip to Vegas to see David Blaine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Real quick, I want to tell you about the Advocates. If you've ever been injured in an accident, you're going to need these guys. Advocateslaw.com is their website. Dealing with the insurance companies after you've been in an accident is a pain. Especially when you've been injured, you should just focus on your recovery, not battling with these insurance companies. That's why you should reach out to Ken and Donnie from the Advocates, because they've been doing this so long that they know exactly what to say and exactly what to do to these insurance companies to make sure that they pay you everything that you are owed, because that's really all you're asking for. They've actually gotten over $100 million for their clients, and there's no risk to you because they don't get paid until you win. So next time you've been injured in an accident, just focus on your recovery and let the Advocates take care of everything else. Reach out to them, advocateslaw.com. Tell them Tanner sent you. You'll be happy you did. Advocateslaw.com. If you've been injured in an accident, you need more than a lawyer. You need an advocate. 1059 The Brew. It's Portland's rock station. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We want to know this morning, why were you fired from your job? Maybe you did something dumb. Maybe you got into an argument with somebody at work. Maybe it was your boss. I don't know. We are asking the question just because the NFL season's finally over and a lot of coaches lost their jobs this year.
Yep.
And so we'd just like to know why you lost yours.
Mm-hmm.
Did you lose a game? Is that why?
Isn't it funny? Yeah, you lose a game, you lose your job. Your kids go hungry.
Yeah. Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Why were you fired, bro?
For like 16 years ago, back when marijuana was still illegal, I got popped with a random drug test. And I had one of those fake pee kits on me.
Yeah.
Well, while I was in the urinal and I was trying to do it, I took the cap off, or I dropped the cap, and it bounced out underneath the stall.
Oh, no.
And the lady who was in there and me, I was young, I reached my hand out, grabbed the cap, and like nobody would notice. As soon as I came out, she just dumped it down the drain, and that was that.
That's hilarious.
Looked you right in the eyes and dumped it down the drain. Damn, bro.
Yeah, like you're a funny kid.
And she fired you right there, or did you get fired like a couple minutes later?
No, they had me work for another 2 weeks, finish this big project, and then they let me go.
Oh, of course. Like, we do need you to do a couple things before we go.
Yeah, they lied to me. They're like, we'll keep you around. We'll just do a test every now and then. No.
Yeah, that sounds about right, dude. Thanks for the call. At least you got an extra 2 weeks.
That's true, I guess.
This text comes from 6282. It says, after working for Panera Bread for 2 years, new management came in and fired me on Christmas Day for my record that was 20 years old.
Oh, wow.
They found his criminal record or something?
Which is weird that you've worked there for a while and then they dig that up, almost like you didn't tell them about something on their sheet when they hired you.
But also sometimes new management comes in and just wipes out the place just because.
Yeah.
You know?
9913 says, I moved here with my wife while she was pregnant, and I got fired from the worst dispensary in Oregon. It was my wife's first big move and our second baby. I got fired for taking too many personal days to take care of my pregnant wife.
Yeah, it's weird with maternity leave and all that, because on paper, it's all good, right? But then in reality, it's like, if you're not at work, you're on the chopping block.
Mm-hmm.
This guy said he got fired from Radio Cab for calling the boss's daughter a very terrible name.
Well, you probably had that coming.
Yeah, that's grounds for goodbye.
All right, coming up next, another keyword that could be your shot at $1,000 from the Cash Squatch. If you've been trying to win this $1,000 and haven't won yet, don't give up. Sometimes it takes people a few tries. Sometimes people win right away. Either way, as soon as you hear the keyword, you got to log on to 1059thebrew.com to win your cash. All right, and that's coming up right after Nirvana. We're commercial free on The Brew. Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We all love pizza in here, right?
Yeah, we do.
Laura, I know you and I are both massive pizza fans.
And I'd eat pizza every day if I could.
Absolutely. Not even a question. When I went to New York, I was there for 3 days, and I literally had it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Well, when in Rome.
Yeah, because I was like, when am I ever going to get a New York slice? I'm going to have this every chance I get.
That's worth it.
But according to this new survey, more than half of Americans have cried over pizza at least once. Now, when I read this, the headline, I was like, crying over pizza. Does that mean like you're crying over something else while you're eating pizza? Or the pizza is so good, or maybe somebody dropped it and you're sad about it?
My favorite pizza topping is the tears of my enemies. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because it's a comfort food. Maybe people order it when they're sad.
So yesterday was National Pizza Day, also Super Bowl Sunday, but yesterday was National Pizza Day. So apparently,
what a weird time.
55% of Americans love pizza so much that they've shed some tears over it, according to this new survey.
Oh my God!
That includes 16% who've cried over someone eating their last slice, and 13% who've cried about a delivery order coming in wrong.
So I don't know about crying, but I've been bummed.
Yeah.
I've definitely been bummed when pizza shows up soft on the bottom and when you have no means to crisp it. I've been very bummed, but I don't know about weeping.
I don't know that I wept, but I think I did get teary-eyed. I got home once and I think I had a rough day and I dropped my pizza.
Oh, yeah.
And like it was still edible, but the whole thing kind of fell to one side of the box and
it looked like lasagna and bread.
It really did. And so I was pretty upset. I think that was just the day coming to a head.
Yeah, it's all this builds to this, but having a good cry over an upside down pizza, I wouldn't judge someone.
People are also willing to go to the extremes to get their hands on pizza, like ignoring work to order a pizza.
Oh, yeah.
13%. Pretending to be someone else in order to get a slice at 13%, and faking an emergency to get pizza at 7%.
Pretend, is that like
what
you
kind
walk
of emergency?
Up? Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, what kind of emergency are you making up so you can get a slice of pizza?
Like, oh yeah, my mom died.
Give me
really?
that slice.
Oh no, actually, I just went to Little Caesars. Beep beep.
If I don't get that last slice, I'm going to break out into a rash.
Yeah, exactly.
I need it.
Faking that you're someone else, I don't really get that one either. So are you walking to someone else's work party? Like, hey, oh yeah, I'm from accounting.
Or like maybe you already got a slice and you're worried about somebody accusing you of coming back for seconds, so you put on like a mustache or a disguise.
Or I'm grabbing one for Rhonda.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
You do that with samples when you grab two of something. You're like, oh, my wife's gonna need one of these.
Yeah, right. Well, there you go. I can only think of crying when I dropped it. I ordered a pizza like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it showed up, and the guy had clearly dropped it. It was it had fallen to one side. I was so mad.
That sucks.
I wasn't sad.
Did you cry? That's what we want to know.
No, I was mad, so I gave that guy a bad review.
Oh yeah.
Do you think that's fair, Laura? I know you get on me for giving bad reviews.
Yeah, but because I think you're the king of giving bad reviews. I give
bad reviews when they deserve it.
I think you need to start giving good reviews, though, too.
I do give good reviews. I just don't talk.
Not as often.
Not as often, and I don't tell you about those.
Yeah, I have high standards. Okay.
If my pizza makes me cry, you're getting 1 star.
I have had. I should have given a bad review for this pizza place. I didn't cry, I don't think, but I was very bummed because I ended up not really eating the pizza because the one pizza topping that I cannot do is olives, and it taints the whole rest of the pizza.
It's a pretty subtle. I mean, you can.
So it's like
it doesn't leak.
It's just too briny. It's like salty and weird.
All right.
And so that's the only time that I've really had a pizza crisis.
I got to be honest though. If like my girlfriend started crying over pizza,
I'd be like, "What are
you're
you
disjointed."
What are you doing?
Yeah, like we gotta. I don't know. We gotta take a break.
I do think it is what you said though, Tanner, where it's just icing on the cake. Like if you're already having a bad day and then your pizza comes messed up, it's just too much to handle.
But everyone on the outside, all they see is someone sitting there crying over pizza.
It wasn't that long ago. I was at home by myself, and I was a little drunk. I had a little bit of a couple of beers, and
I was in your feels.
I was in my feels, man, and I was crying as I was eating, and I felt so pathetic. Like
you're like, is that grease on my pepperoni or tears?
I was eating pizza and I was sad.
But
I wasn't crying like over
pizza,
the pizza. I was just crying as I was sad.
Yeah.
While I was eating.
Pizza is so great that with every bite, you're actually helping your heart just a little bit.
Like, wow, I feel better all of a sudden.
Just have another slice.
Yeah.
We got Pew Boy on the phone. Good morning, Pew Boy.
Mr. Pew.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Hey.
So you're talking about getting fired, or the callers are talking about getting fired?
Well, we were. Now we're talking about pizza.
But we know you've gotten fired.
Thank you for bringing it to a screeching halt again.
It was literally like 10 minutes ago that I heard you guys talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I was.
Why is your
fired and
radio?
rehired.
Why is his radio was on in the background?
What are you listening to?
That wasn't my radio. That was my. Oh my gosh. Okay, so
That's my
I was
Bluetooth
fired and
speaker.
rehired. Okay, I was just moving a car and that radio was on. I didn't mean to. but
Get to
I
it,
was
pew
fired
boy.
and
Go
rehired
on.
12 times. 12 times from the same job.
Hold on a
Fired
minute.
and rehired.
Oh, see,
Did they finally learn their lesson, or did you stop going back?
No, they sold the club.
Oh, got it.
oh,
Okay.
he's working as like a
Like a
strip
bouncer,
club
strip
Strip
cook,
club
wasn't
DJ.
he?
Oh no, not
Yep,
a DJ.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Okay. all right.
Yeah, the
12
chicken
times.
strippers.
12 times.
People kept getting salmonella, and they couldn't figure out why.
Well, no, that wasn't it. I just got caught doing stuff I wasn't supposed to be doing. So,
Let me guess. You hooked up
Gross.
with one of the girls.
multiple times, yes.
Don't try the
Well, I
onion
mean-
rings.
You don't know where those have been.
All right, pubes.
All right. Just wanted to call and check in.
Yeah.
So, you guys have a good day.
Love your face, bud.
See
To
you on
come
Friday.
full circle, he did make amazing pizza there at that club.
Sure.
I always leave it up to Pew Boy to skeeve me out before 10 a.m. All right.
Is that grounds for firing though?
I would think so. Yeah,
To-
you can't be
to
hooking up with the
skeeve?
dancers.
Why?
Breaking the
They're
fourth
willing
wall.
participants.
Yeah, so
They're
the
here to
football
work.
players aren't supposed to hook up with the cheerleaders. They might. You're just not supposed to.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
All
frowned
right,
upon.
It's frowned upon. All right.
Yes. Separation. We are commercial free. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. 1059 The Brew, Portland's rock station. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, let's get you this hour's keyword one more time so you can win $1,000 just like Pete did.
Awesome. No way. Thank you. Awesome. I'm feeling great. This just picked me up on a Monday morning, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, winning $1,000 takes the case of the Mondays away pretty quickly.
Yeah.
The keyword this hour is pay. So log on 1059thebrew.com. It'll take you less than 30 seconds to enter this contest. It'll be the easiest 1,000 you've ever made. That's pay to 1059thebrew.com. Good luck from Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, it's finally happening on Friday. The first bacon and beer of the year. Love Sings to Electric Boogaloo. It's taking over McMiniman's Old Church and Pub Friday morning between 6 and 10 a.m. Come on out, get some free bacon. Free bacon for everyone who shows up. We also have lots of concert tickets to give away, lots of prizes, stuff from Adam and Eve, I think.
Ooh, yes.
All the stuff.
Because it is Valentine's Day.
right.
So
That's right.
even though we're going to be having a mass divorce, it's really all about love in the end.
Mm-hmm.
And you could get the ultimate Valentine's gift for your loved one if you won that trip to Las Vegas.
That's true.
Be pretty awesome. We're going to let you see David Blaine in Vegas when you get there. So come on out. By the way, everyone who shows up to Bacon and Beer Friday morning has a chance to win that free trip to Vegas.
That's right.
So once you come in, you'll get a raffle ticket, and that'll be put into a big Valentine's box. And then later on, we'll decide from there. So come on out. That's Friday. I'm excited for the first ever mass divorce, you guys.
It should be good.
We've got, I think, 5 couples right now, and
it's working out some final details, and we're going to be locked.
Yeah, Goldberg Jones 100 Divorce is hooking us up and going to help these people out. They're going to do it for free, which these couples are going to save thousands of dollars.
Well, and I mean, on top of that, it's just like a lot of them have also been separated for several years. So just to have that weight off their shoulders for the first time in some cases, decades, it's going to be a great feeling.
Now, the ceremony, we've been talking about it. I think we're going to do it just like a wedding, but just
we'll have a ceremony.
It's going to be reversed.
Yeah.
So we're going to hold just like basically a wedding ceremony, but once we're done, they're all divorced.
And the nice thing about this divorce thing is like with weddings, there's like certain kind of language that you have to use. But with this, we can kind of just like say whatever we want.
So at the end, do we say like, we now pronounce you ex-husband and ex-wife? Something like that?
Something magical.
Like that, yeah.
We'll coin a term that'll be used for generations.
That's right.
Yep.
But it will be very official / unofficial, if you know what I mean.
And it's, going to be a world record, we're pretty sure, because we don't think a mass divorce has ever been done on the radio. I can't even find a divorce on the radio. So, and in this day and age, when like everything's been done on the radio already, we're pretty stoked to like do something that's never been done before.
And to do it before somebody else gets to the finish line.
Yeah.
So we're going to issue ourselves our own an unofficial Guinness World Record certificate.
Of course.
Laura, I think, is just going to print off her computer.
Yeah, I'm just going to make it in Paint. I'm pretty skilled in Microsoft Paint. So, yeah.
It's the same thing they do.
Yeah.
Yep.
They just charge you $15,000 for it. So.
That's right.
Come on out. That's this Friday morning at McMiniman's Old Church and Pub in Wilsonville. And if you can bring down some canned food for people in need, that would be awesome. It's going to stay in Wilsonville for the people of Wilsonville. We will see you there. So we haven't done, what is it, misconnections in a while.
Yeah.
But someone did send me this one this morning, and it's pretty good. This misconnection's pretty damn good.
Awesome.
It says, it's titled, I stole your wallet at Jansen Beach Target.
Oh.
Ooh.
It says, I apologize. I don't know what came over me. You were just so beautiful. I followed you from aisle to aisle, but I just couldn't work up the nerve to talk to you. Worried that you would catch on and get scared. I took one last pass and sniff and then grabbed your wallet that was sticking out of your purse. I thought I'd be your hero. I'd come back moments later and say something like, there's this beautiful lady that owns this wallet, but it couldn't be you, blah, blah, blah. But I couldn't give it back to you anyway. He says, I'm too shy around your beauty. Before I knew it, I was in my car, then buying a treat at Panera with your money.
Wow.
Oh,
then Jimmy John's in the gas station. I'm so sorry.
Well,
that is
you're
next level.
You're a weirdo.
Creepazoid. Like, put this man away.
It's like I was sniffing around you, and then I stole your wallet.
Just a quick pass and sniff.
A quick. And I was afraid that you'd see me stalking you, and I didn't want you to get scared.
Yeah.
So I just stole your wallet instead.
I'm hoping
what a
that's
weirdo.
I'm hoping that's just a joke. If not, we got a real creep running around.
Yeah.
The Jansen Beach Target.
Yeah. I go to that Target all the time.
You're like, I was going to give it back, but then since I had the money, I'm spending it all. Let's do this.
I needed some cheddar and broccoli soup in a bread bowl. So.
But there's that, I can't remember who it was. I think it's the guy who, he's one of the people who just got confirmed by the Senate or whatever. But he, I guess at one point, took the air out of this girl's tires. He's married to this woman now, but he took the air out of her tires and then offered to give her a ride home.
Oh my God.
Oh, so.
No, it was.
So we're rewarding this behavior.
Jesse
now.
Waters. It's Jesse Waters who did that.
Huh.
He says he took the air out of his wife's tires and then rolled up on her and said, hey, I heard you need a ride?
That is so creepy.
Yet the only reason he's getting away with that is he married her, but it's like anyone else does that and they're calling the police.
But at what point, at what point did he reveal to her that he was responsible? Because if somebody told me that right away, I'd be like, I'm calling the cops.
That's super
on you.
creepy,
That's
right?
Very weird.
You're like, my car's laying on its rims. Thanks, Prince Charming.
I don't know if he ever told her. He might have just said that on the TV and
let it out.
That's how she found out.
That's how she found out.
Funny story.
But that is, that's a little creepy, I think, but whatever.
It's not the way to pick up chicks.
It worked with Jesse Waters.
He just took him down to the rims and came back with air.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
We got a few talkbacks through the iHeartRadio app. We had Pew Boy on the show about 20 minutes ago. He called in for a hot second just to say that he's coming to Bacon and Beer on Friday.
Yes.
But then, he triggers people when he calls in. Some people don't like
Which I don't know why. It's been a while since we've really heard from Pew Boy.
PTSD.
He is very unlikable. There's that. Here's what this guy said.
Pube Boy is such a waste of air.
Oh.
Stop letting him on the show. The guy is a clown. Hey, can we do a poll like you did last week for McD, but for Pew Boy, not letting him back on the show? That guy is a clown. He sounds like he's just a walking disaster.
All right.
I don't know.
Not a fan of the pubes.
You know what? I do feel like I'm gonna stand up for Pew Boy here because
he's better than he was.
Yeah, he's turned his life around. He's had a job for like a year.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
Still no license, but
well that we know of.
And
Drew,
he loves to drive.
He does. I think that's what he does for work.
But like you see how mad that guy is. He has decided Pew Boy's not his guy a long time ago.
Yeah.
You can hear it in his voice.
Right.
He hears Pew Boy and he immediately says the word clown.
And I mean, I get it. Pew Boy is a very polarizing dude.
Absolutely.
But,
well, it's all good. He'll be at Bacon and Beer this Friday, or at least that's what he says.
He did show up to Trash Bandits, and he was in my cleaning group. He worked the whole time.
All right. This hour's keyword, if you need $1,000 to help maybe, I don't know, take care of Valentine's Day, you want to take your lady out or your dude out somewhere fancy, you're going to need the money.
Speaking of Adam and Eve, you can get something real nice for $1,000.
Get like a diesel engine in that.
This hour's keyword is pay. So log on 1059thebrew.com. As soon as you get there, a box will pop up. Type in the keyword pay and you could score $1,000. Good luck.
Now, what's trending?
All right, online at 1059thebrew.com. We got a lot of stuff, like our 50-50 game. We want to really push this because you got a chance to not only win a huge part of the pot, but also help out ALS Northwest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So go to 1059thebrew.com and I think click the contest page and you'll be able to see a link for the 50-50 game.
Sure.
We're trying to get this as big as we possibly can. So let's say it reaches 100 grand. The winner's going to get 50 grand and ALS Northwest will get the other 50.
It's a win-win.
Very cool.
Pretty dope. So, we just need you to go and buy some lottery, not lottery tickets, but just raffle tickets.
Raffle tickets, yeah.
And try to get this pot as big as possible.
And the nice thing about this is even if you don't win, you know that you've still given to a good cause.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So 1059thebrew.com is the website. Go and do that. Also online, you can see the video showing the Eagles fans' chaotic Super Bowl celebrations.
I saw that in New Orleans. They greased the poles for the first time ever. And they were like all excited about it. They're like, this is the first time we've ever done this because, Philly fans are going to be climbing those things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's got to be hard to get up a greased one.
Yeah.
Did we see any cars get flipped over or any, like a grocery store on fire or anything like that?
I didn't see any
celebration?
aftermath, but I'm sure there was some.
Yeah, if there isn't at least a car fire in New Orleans somewhere, they didn't celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there's a man who's built a car. I guess it's a race car, so it might have been a team, but they built a prototype race car that's powered by sewage.
Oh.
Really?
It's
you
powered
think
by
about it.
Sewage.
We have a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, but how
it'd be
do you fill that thing up?
Or when your car farts, like, oh.
Ew, the exhaust would smell so bad. I wonder if it's just like the gas is from the sewage and not the actual sewage.
I'm sure.
Right?
I'm hoping. I just, because I'm trying to think like, I'm a little empty. I'm going to go plop one in my car real quick.
Yeah, and the gas station smells like a cupped fart. I don't know.
I don't like the idea of the exhaust smelling like poop. Like everywhere you go, it just smells like a fart.
And to fuel it up, you just back your booty up to the gas tank.
Yeah.
I'm all out. I'm going to have to work with what I got.
Yeah.
But it does exist, this race car that's powered by sewage, so maybe.
I mean, honestly, if they could figure that out.
If they can make it where it doesn't smell like sewage.
Right, and it costs much less, I would imagine.
Have you ever driven, like the other day, have you ever driven behind a sewage truck? The other day I was on I-5 and I was like, I don't know. It felt like I didn't see the truck at first, but I could smell it. And I go, I bet you there is a sewage truck up here.
There's
so I sped
poop
up.
in there.
And sure enough, I was behind a big giant sewage truck.
Big dumper.
And I could smell it from, must have been a football field away.
Oh, man, that sucks too. Imagine the person who has to drive that vehicle. They're probably just nose blind to it, don't you
think about they come out with a new version of that and they suck the poop into the container and then they run the vehicle on it.
Oh.
Talk about self-sufficient.
Pretty brutal.
And a new definition for that racing team of hauling ass.
Literally.
1059thebrew.com is the website. Go check all of that out. All right, I got a couple of talkback messages to listen to.
Okay.
Before we get out of here.
Talk to me.
Hey, Brew Crew. Let me break it down for you. Nobody likes Pew Boys because his voice sounds exactly like the DUI that took out one of their family members or friends. Just don't put him on the show. He's just a bad reminder of what exists.
That's it.
That is
damn.
That is savage.
That is all the way.
All right, another talkback.
Hey, so you guys are talking about crying over pizza, right? Well, I didn't cry over some pizza, but I got in a fist fight over some pizza. I got this slice of pizza, right, and I about to eat a big old slice, right? About to eat it, my nephew grabs it off my plate and puts it in his mouth. I got so mad, I gave him a kidney shot. We just got into a quick scuffle over some pizza. Oh, and everybody hating on Pew Boy. Pew Boy, you my dude, man. I ain't hating on you. Do you?
Yeah. Somebody likes pubes.
There it is.
One last talkback.
Morning, Brew Crew. Bing bong.
Bing bong.
I guess that would be one way to win, huh? Stink all your competition out.
That's true. Nobody wants to be behind you.
Yeah, that's pretty.
I feel like that would
terrible.
encourage me to get in front of you, though. You know?
Yeah, it's true. You don't want to be behind the old sewage wagon.
Yeah, that's why I sped up. I was like, I can't
gotta
breathe.
get around this
Because
thing.
it was in every single lane. There wasn't like a lane
Yeah.
that didn't smell as bad. It was.
I have a mouthful of this. I need out of here.
Ew, that's so
terrible.
bad when you, like, it smells so bad you taste it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Oh my God.
What a time to be alive.
Let's go to Sean Britt. Good morning, Sean Britt.
It's One-Eyed
No,
Sean.
this is One-Eyed Sean.
Oh, what up, dude?
Yeah, close enough.
Hey, I was just thinking that sewage job, if I ended up needing to find work, I could do that because in the car wreck I was in, I lost my sense of smell.
Wow,
Oh,
one eye and no
yeah.
smell. I mean, you're losing
Jeez.
senses like crazy.
So you don't get to enjoy the smell of like a pizza place when you walk in
Yeah.
it, or a donut shop.
No, I could pour diesel fuel on my hand and still I wouldn't be able to smell it.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, that does sound like a job for you, hauling around sewage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'd be a crappy job, but hey, somebody's got to do it.
Somebody's got to do
That's
it.
true.
yeah.
That's true.
All right. Thank you,
Well.
One-Eyed Sean, everybody. One-Eyed Sean, one eye and no sense
no
of smell.
smell.
But he can hear great.
Yeah.
Really
yeah, it's
good.
like
really good
his
stuff.
other senses are heightened
Yeah.
because he's missing other ones.
Well, only a half a heighten for the
Actually,
one eye.
yeah, of course, of
Actually,
course.
that's kind of true because I can still taste just fine. And I always thought that your sense of taste and,
Oh, that's true.
sense of smell kind of work together.
Mm-hmm.
Mysterious.
All right, McD, or whatever your name is.
We're just calling you every
Sean.
other listener's name. Pew boy.
Sean Britt, you
All
boy.
right, whoever you are.
Have a good week, you guys.
You too, buddy.
You too, bye.
McThor.
I'll get to him eventually. It's like my mom will go down the entire
Yeah.
family tree before she get to my name.
Yeah,
Same.
she says a dog's name
I had a
before
lot
she
of
says your
that.
name. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Tomorrow we'll have more tickets to go see comedian and actor Ben Schwartz. He's a really funny guy. Is the voice of Sonic. He's going to be coming to Cowlitz Ballroom at Elane. We'll see you there tomorrow, 7:30 in the morning. In the meantime, you got a chance at $1,000 from the Cash Squatch right now.